Here comes the rain. Okay, so we have a memory leak, I believe. We probably have a few, but I think I know of one of them. Let's see. This is in pause. So this is a case definitely of following sketchy YouTube tutorial based game dev advice. Is almost always wrong or not quite the best way of doing things. But I realized we have no cleanup event in the pause object here, and we're making these surfaces to draw to when we pause the game. It essentially kind of takes a screenshot of the game one frame before pausing and then renders that to a surface, and everything actually is deactivated, and what you're looking at is a picture. One of the features Brewer requested is the ability to stop time, which is something I've thought about for a long time. It's quite a lot of work to implement something like that, but to be able to stop time and then still move the camera around, basically, rather than sort of a more traditional pause, which just stops the game entirely, basically, more for going AFK, in the middle of a play session. I'm sure we'll get there eventually, but I can't guarantee that it's going to be any time within the next year. Maybe in the next 2 years we'll get to implementing the ability to stop time. I thought of it as a miracle option as well, an actual miracle that would allow you to stop time temporarily, but it probably does make more sense as part of the existing time controls. If you can just freely speed up time, being able to stop time would make sense as well. But the reason it's a lot of work is because we need to pause everyone's actions and movement and all of the weather and stuff. In fact, it's impossible for me to pause particles, so that's impossible. I can't actually pause the rain whilst it's falling, for example. There's no way to do that in GameMaker because you can't modify a particle once it's already been created. I would have to write a custom particle system, which I'm not going to do. The whole reason I'm using an engine is to try to save some time in what is likely going to be 6 or 7 years of development anyway, so the less custom stuff I have to build, the better, really. Several people have asked why I chose this engine in the first place. I chose GameMaker because I knew a little bit of GML when I started out, just a tiny bit. Basically the only programming language that I knew. And so I was like, okay, I'll use GameMaker as soon as I know a little bit of GML. I knew so little GML that I could have probably chosen any engine, thinking about it now, but that's how it went. I didn't choose the engine because it would be the most the best fitting engine for the project or anything like that. I was just kind of working with what I'd got, at the time. I think work with what you've got and make something out of nothing are two very strong motivations, or something that I like to think about and work with a lot. Programming is very cool because you're essentially creating something out of nothing. Music is very cool because you're creating something out of nothing. Obviously, it's not nothing. It's sound or language, but it's pretty damn close to nothing compared to having to build something like a house where you need a lot of actual materials. Anyway, that's beside the point. Let's see here. Because we had this issue yesterday, which I think was probably, I would have this happen occasionally. I think basically because my computer was lagging out. It was like lagging it enough to where it was trying to draw the surface or reference a surface buffer before it had been created. I'm not sure how my computer lagging out caused that, but it did, I think. And we got it to where we actually make sure that we do create that surface before, so that surface buffer before trying to use it. But then I realized there's actually nothing to clean up those surfaces, because this is how it works currently. If we so it does these like what the hell is this? It does these buffer exists checks to see if this surface exists when you pause the game, for example. And then it deletes it and creates a new one, and then does some stuff. I don't really know much about surfaces. Okay, it's a miracle that any of this stuff works, but so it does that. It checks if a surface exists and then deletes it. But if we quit back to the main menu at any point, those old surfaces never get deleted, right? They're just floating around and in memory somewhere. Well, actually, they're probably not floating around. They're probably very much fixed in one location in memory somewhere. So it kind of makes sense to me to do this. Well, we should also check that it exists first, presumably. So we're okay because the pause object gets destroyed at the end of a game. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure it does. It does. These are our exceptions. The sound, the menu, particles, and the save object. Everything else gets destroyed by this janky for loop that I created. So that I could kind of do like an instance destroy all, but with a few exceptions. And it does actually work. So now, when we quit back to the main menu, our pause surface buffer will be deleted. I was going to say destroyed. Normally it's destroyed, isn't it? In this case, it's actually called delete for a change. So that's our memory leak solved. And I've been thinking more about balance, and I still don't quite have a clear picture, but I've come to the realization that balancing the conservation mechanic on an individual level basis is actually preferable. Otherwise, you could still choose to exploit in a few levels, and then you have to kind of get your act together once you start getting into the danger zone, right? Whereas if it's on a per level basis, we can kind of prevent the player from exploiting in any level. So we do need to change up how this works a little bit by having like oh, it's already there. I'm just not using it. Forgot to remove this global variable when I didn't use it. So I'm going to have an ending, global ending variable, which is good by default for the good ending, and it switches to bad if you ever, you know, reach a conservation score of 0 in any particular level. So how's that going to work? Well, it's going to work like this. For one, we have to go to the portal exit, and we're going to change how this works a little bit. Right here, it says Room Arctic Tundra, which is the final level of the game. If the final level ever changes, I have to change this. And then rather than checking the conservation score at that time, we're going to check global ending equals good. Then you get the good ending, else you get the bad ending, right? And then, so I'm going to do a quick global search here for conservation level minus equals. So whenever we're actually subtracting from the global conservation level, and I'm probably also going to re-implement this for fishing. I keep flip-flopping on that, going back and forth. Any time that we subtract from the global conservation level, we're going to want to perform that check, right? If global conservation level is less than or equal to 0, it's actually clamped at 0, but I always just play it safe by checking less than rather than just equals 0. Although it's only been subtracted by 1, so it couldn't overshoot it anyway, could it? But still, I always play it safe. And then we're just going to say global ending equals bad. And we're going to do that wherever we subtract from the conservation level. Now, there is a little bit of work that needs to be done to ensure that it was definitely the player that destroyed the tree, for example. Now, come to think of it, I don't know if I'm actually reducing the conservation level when you chop down trees right now. I think maybe we're only actually doing it if the tree burns down or reaches 0 hit points for any reason, which it can only do by burning at the moment. But yeah, I'm realizing that because I'm doing this global search here, I don't think we're actually reducing the global conservation level when the carpenters chop down the trees at all. So felling is probably not having any effect on conservation right now. So if I grab this whole thing and head, because it's most likely, I'm going to want to actually put this in the human felling code itself, which is a pretty hefty state here. This is where the lumber gets added to there. I don't see anything to do with conservation in here. No. Nothing. So I'm going to say, well, really, if we want to be specific about it, it should happen at the moment that the tree starts to fall, right? The moment that the tree is chopped, not necessarily the moment that it's added to their inventory, which is right here. So as soon as the tree starts falling, boom, we're going to subtract the 1 from the conservation level and check whether we need to switch to the bad ending. And I do need to save and load this new global ending variable now, which is why I'm using a string here, because it would be more, I believe it would be more complicated if I wanted to store. Well, unless I add or remove levels from the game, the references should stay the same, right? So I could actually save the room itself, like heaven or hell, in the global ending variable, but we just want to play it safe in case those references do ever change. it could break a save file, for example. But that is on. I think we're just gonna save and load that on the controller object. And thanks to the big sort of save load system rewrite that I did not too long ago, that's actually fairly simple to do. All I need to do is find object controller and save and load. Ending. Maybe I'll save it next to conservation level, considering conservation level is the thing that affects it. I don't know, it kind of feels right down there. It feels right just at the bottom here. And now that just works. It just works. By saving it, it will automatically be loaded by the loading function that we built. Oh man. It would be, it's simple, it's a hell of a lot simpler and a lot less code than it was. But it's still, the load system is still pretty insane for this game. That's just because it's very complex, as simulations tend to be. Okay, so there's a bit more work that we need to do in terms of resetting. Well, that's true actually. We need to, because you can return to previous levels, we need to load the conservation score for that specific level. And we also need to reset the conservation score back to 100 whenever you enter a new level. And I've been thinking about how to balance this, and I think, you see, it may, I know that I need to do this implementation, but it may still not work quite right to begin with. But we're going to just get it in there, and we can tweak it once it's functional. So conservation level is going to be 100 again, because this isn't the conservation score across the duration of an entire playthrough. It's level specific, so it's going to be a much lower number. And it's going to be capped at 100, so I believe that's in the tracker step event, actually. Capped at 100, not 1000. And then inside of our where is it? It's a set instances function, which is the thing that basically saves the previous levels so that you can return to them. We want to, what do we want to do? I have no idea. Is it get instances? Sorry, set instances is for loading them. Get instances is for saving them. That makes more sense, doesn't it? So in here, I think it ought to work, right? We just do exactly the same thing that we did in the save load system. Oh. Okay, the controller. I see, the controller doesn't actually get saved here. Because it's persistent. It persists between levels, so it's not there. So we need to save this somewhere else, actually. And I often use the obelisk when the controller is not an option. So Just had breakfast. I'm feeling a bit greasy. Alright, so we probably want to do this consistently in both the save load system. Do we? Do we though? I don't know. I'm just gonna. Wait a minute. Did I even rename? Hold on. I might have made a mistake. Whoops. There we go. Alright. Yeah. It's inconsistent, right? Because it works differently in the save load system to how it does in the get instances function. But I think we should be okay and it should work. I think it's fine. Because your controller object is going to persist between levels, and then, but if you return to the previous level, it will load the old obelisk back in and then update the global variable, overriding whatever. And then if you go forwards again to the next level, then we just... Ooh, that's a good point, actually. Because you can go back and then forwards again. So this is something that should only happen if you're entering a new level for the first time, actually. Interesting. So... So we can't just set, like, the conservation level back to 100 whenever you go through a portal. It actually probably needs to be done in the loader, because the loader is the thing that can tell whether you're entering a new level or a level that you've been in previously. I think I can just put it there, and that will work. So interestingly enough, I've been testing this whole time thinking that chopping down trees reduces your conservation score, but it doesn't. So, not the best test. Not quite sure how I overlooked that. But I think this is going to play a lot better than it did. It's probably still going to need some tweaking, but we should be okay. Now, because right now I want to always use a max conservation score of 100, just for the UI, really. Which obviously can be... I can change how the UI works later if I need to, but another option is to weight the creatures differently. For example, you could make it so that killing the predators or killing... That you raise a good point there, actually. It's kind of already like that, in a way, because if you kill an animal with young, its young will probably not live to maturity either, without their parent. So if you kill a deer with 2 fawns, its fawns will probably die too, and you will actually lose 3 conservation score. And if you kill, in terms of aggressive animals, a bear with cubs, its cubs will probably die, or possibly die. But there's actually no way of knowing that. Right. The conservation level is only reduced if it was if it was one of the humans that killed the animal, specifically. There's no way to... We would need something that tracks whether the cub's mother was killed by a human specifically, so that then again that cub might still die for some other reason. The thing with the bear cubs, it's not the best example because they can fend for themselves quite young. There is a window in which if their mother is killed, they will probably die, but after about half a year or something, they can kind of fend for themselves, so they could still survive. Potentially. A better example is a deer, but if we're talking about aggressive animals, is a moose, really. The moose calves cannot really survive very well on their own, I don't think. Anyway, regardless, we would need to do something like that. Or we could... It's totally doable, just a little bit time consuming. I think first I should kind of check that this is working. I'll just update my notes first, because surprisingly, you didn't actually lose conservation score when felling trees. And then I want to put currently, I think killing an animal with good morning, Fizzy Busy, how's it going? I think if you were to kill an animal with Miracle Fire or Miracle Smite, it would not actually reduce your conservation score right now, because because it's only if it was hunted by a human. So it's very rare that like anyone ever actually uses those miracles in that way, but thanks. Okay, so God, this is getting out of hand. This is, oh boy, right. Right, here we go. So it's only if... Oh, no. I've already done it. Oh, thank God for that. Thank you, past me. If you burn it to death... In fact, well, actually, it's just if it dies whilst on fire. It could have actually been set on fire by something other than the player. So, it's still not perfect, but certainly if it was smitten, it was smitten by the player. Okay, so I'm alright with that for now, for the time being. The time being. Whoa. Okay, what am I doing? So I think we might be kind of good, right? We probably want to test it. I think I've set everything up correctly. Possibly. Oh, fishing. I just want... And I don't want to compile with YYC. That's going to be slow. Fishing. Fishing. Yeah, if I can get this to work, it's going to be much better this way. So every time they catch a fish, we are going to also reduce conservation level by 1. For now, anyway. You can pick berries without it affecting your conservation score. Fishing and hunting do, though. And so does felling trees. Yep, I'm pretty sure that all works. Sure, I'll just start a new game. And I think this, I much prefer this. It's just a lot clearer what's going on. You go into a new level and your conservation score is full and it's in the green. You see it start dropping as you start chopping down trees and hunting stuff. It's just a lot more obvious what's actually happening. Oh, wait a minute. That's not obvious what's happening. That's completely wrong. Okay. Forgot to update the UI there, because we're dividing it by 10. Because it used to be 1,000. Boom. Alright, and I actually labeled it now, so there's no guesswork as to what that bar is. just make a quick save right there, and I'll try quitting back to the main menu just to make sure there's no issues with that memory leak fix. Oh, that stream is quite far away. So immediately my conservation level is dropping as we chop down these trees now. I'll be curious to see. I think so from the rough maths that I did. It probably takes about 64, roughly 64 conservation to get camp built. Hey Q. Absorb that knowledge. So we'll have, you know, something like, what would that be, like 36 conservation score buffer. But I did my calculations also, and I think it, on average, takes about 22 conservation to kill all of the hostile creatures in any given level. As well, so you would actually still have enough conservation score left over to do that. So we haven't actually managed to prevent the exploitation yet, unfortunately. Although I did make it so that fishing now has an effect, and I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. This is all just like estimations, and so how it actually plays out is yet to be seen. But yeah. The only reason that I'm set on it being 100 is so that I can just use this health bar, which has to basically be a power of 10 so that it can be drawn properly to the UI. But I can build something else that you could have a maximum conservation of 80, for example, and I just need to write some custom code to make that UI element, which is totally fine. Okay, I'm getting distracted. We need a drummer. See, I normally do, we're in Beginner Island, so guards and stuff are totally useless here. What I normally do on my playthroughs is like I build a very sort of balanced build where, yes, you can plant trees, and I just added a new miracle to the game, which actually has replaced Miracle Fur, called Miracle Herd, which can summon a herd of 10 creatures, which will also increase your conservation score by 10, and Miracle Forest plants 10 trees and increases your conservation score by 10. So the one problem is, because what I could do, currently it's 10 deer, because it's a herd, it's got to be a herd animal, and they're the only herd animal in the game right now. The plan is eventually to have it summon a herd of animals specific to the biome that you're currently in. But I am aware that some of them may not actually contain herd animals. So we're going to have to think about that. We're going to have to cross that bridge when we get to it. If it's a biome that doesn't actually have herds of animals in it, then you would probably just summon in an invasive species. Definitely not a herd of any animal. That can seriously upset the balance of the ecosystem, and also possibly just get everyone killed if you summon in a bunch of aggressive bears or something. Well, it's really coming down out there. It would be funny, but it would be pretty unplayable. It would make that miracle almost useless. It would be too risky to use. If it was any animal, especially if it was any animal. It'd be a little bit better if it was limited to just the herd animals, because they are at least guaranteed to be a prey animal. But for example, if you summoned 10 woolly mammoths and they just immediately trampled everyone, it would be pretty rough. Hilarious, though. But not exactly playable. So yeah, I normally make like quite a balanced tribe that can cover all of my bases. But what I notice most playtesters do is they focus on what they need currently. So they're like, oh, we need fur, and then they have like 10 hunters. Or they want worshippers, and they wind up with like 15 worshippers. Which is totally viable. Like, you can do the balanced tribe where they can be sort of more, exactly, you can min-max and focus on the specific thing that you want to do right now. Or you can have a more generalized build that sort of takes care of itself a little bit better and doesn't require as much attention. So it's kind of cool that it has that flexibility, and it is definitely fun to think about all the different builds people will come up with for different purposes. Those porpoises love their builds. But yeah, the conservation level is plummeting pretty damn quick, I would say, and we haven't even, so maybe 100 is going to be fine. The thing is, we basically want to disincentivize you from killing animals, or should I say, like, over hunting, really. Just like in real life, you know, you don't want to completely destroy the ecosystem. Turns out simulated ecosystems are extremely difficult. Yes, it's basically impossible to simulate an ecosystem. It turns out that you pretty much require consciousness for that. Nature, or the universe, kind of has that one figured out, but we're still lagging way behind. We're just a tiny piece of the puzzle. A really stupid piece of the puzzle. Yeah, exactly, we're just here fucking everything up in the name of progress. It would be highly profitable to chop down this rainforest. I think this is going to work. I think it might actually go too far the other way, where we can't we can't actually build camp without destroying our conservation level. We'll see. We've chopped down all the trees that we need now, at least, so we're not going to chop down any more trees. We got that going for us. Should probably get some worshippers going. Like, basically, we're going to want water bearers because the stream is really quite far away. 2 should be enough, but we'll go for a 3rd because we're not exactly hard pressed for ungifted humans here, and everyone else can basically just be a worshipper at this point. Until we hit the next level, we don't need much else. In fact, I might as well be, well, to be honest, we need the tents first before I start unlocking shrines. Otherwise everyone's going to be sleep deprived. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. The problem is you don't get Miracle Forest until the 2nd level. Is it the 2nd level? Yeah. And you don't get Miracle Herd until part way into the 1st level. So at least you can get Miracle Herd. No, Miracle Herd isn't. What am I talking about? Miracle Herd is in the second level, right? Because it's along with Miracle Resurrection. It's in the same level as Miracle Resurrection. You get Miracle Herd in the second level. But the second level is the open plains. I've completely lost the plot. What's going on? I'm in Beginner Island now, where you get the 4 basic miracles. Then in the first level, you get Herd, because you used to get Fur. So it's first level for Herd. Oh, and first level for Resurrection as well. Right. I don't know why I got that confused. And then the second level, you get Forest, Firewood, Calm, and Storm. Right. Gotcha, okay. Yeah. So it's only really Beginner Island that's an issue, and I could just, like, disable the conservation mechanics in Beginner Island, considering it's the tutorial. I suppose something like that would be fine, because it's a bit of an exception. But, my concern was that if you don't have those miracles, you have, no... Oh, am I giving away secrets? I don't even know what I revealed. But I was just thinking, if you don't have those miracles, you actually have no way to positively affect your conservation level. So if I was to reduce the starting conservation level or the default conservation level to, say, 50% to make it more challenging or whatever, you wouldn't be able to do anything until you got those. So you might just automatically lose in the first level or something, if you know, because there's nothing you can do about it. So that is a bit of a challenge, because you don't start out with all of the miracles that you need. But hopefully this will be okay. What, automatically losing in the first level? It doesn't sound good to me. Maybe you're referring to something else. Starting with room to grow. Oh, well, yeah, that's definitely how it is now. Or you mean as in starting at 50% so you can... Yes, that was the original plan. Is so that you could actually, like, pump it up a bit. It would start in the middle and it would kind of be more like a balance that you can positively affect or negatively affect. But I don't think I'm going that way, actually. It's a nice idea, but I don't think that's how it's gonna be ultimately. So yeah, conservate is dropping. It's dropping a lot. I didn't realize it was gonna be quite so extreme, you know. My prediction was way off, I guess. So if there's one shrine that I really want to prioritize here, it's Herd, isn't it? So we can start bringing it back up again. Thank goodness Herd is available. Is it? No, I keep saying this. No, it's in level 1. I get Smite. I might have to swap it around. Because Herd is quite an expensive miracle. It takes like 1,000 power. Which is why I thought it doesn't really feel right for an early game miracle, especially for the first level. So I put Smite in this level instead. And now I'm thinking, no, actually we need Herd in the first level, otherwise there's nothing I can do about my plummeting conservation score. We'll see. I have a feeling, based on the rate that it's been depleting, that I'm not gonna make it to the second level without, or even the first level, because this is the tutorial. We're in level 0. I don't think I'm gonna make it without losing the game, essentially. The first... falling at the first hurdle, as they say. So, yeah. That's fine. Question. Fire away, I'll take any questions. Happily. A temporary or incomplete obelisk that gives A miracle with a certain number of uses. Totally possible, but I don't see any reason to do that, really. Plus, it doesn't quite play into the power fantasy of, like, being a god and having these... It's like, if you're God, why can you only do this a set number of times? Right now, the only limiting factor is how much your worshippers can worship, right? And there's that symbiotic relationship there between you and your followers. Black and White had those sort of single-use miracles as part of its system. But I think ultimately you would learn them and then be able to use them any time. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, you could have a single-use herd miracle thrown in there, but you don't actually learn it until later. Almost like a spell scroll versus actually learning a spell. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna try to, because there's no problem in my mind with just putting the herd miracle in the first level. I'm totally okay with it, because I was thinking the power cost at 1,000 is too high, but I've already got like 2,000 power right now. Especially on this level, because you don't need guards or healers. It just frees me up to have tons of worshippers. So power is actually not an issue. In fact, you have more power in this stage than you do in later stages, really. Depending on how you play it, I suppose, but... So, I'm totally okay with just switching it around so that Smite is back in level 1, and Herd is in level 0. Which is funny, because that's how it was originally, and I spent hours yesterday banging my head against the wall trying to remember how the spellbook works and everything, because I hadn't touched that code in a while. Oh well, it's good to get a refresher on these things. Okay, so we're getting close to 50% conservation now, and we're not even halfway. So we use a lot more conservation than I thought we would. That's for sure. Well, I think that means that I can make fishing free again. Which sort of makes sense considering there's literally a limitless number of fish in the ocean. I mean, you know, for a small tribe of primitive people like this, they're never going to overfish the ocean, are they? You have to become a frickin'... You have to have an industrial revolution to get to that level of stupidity, I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I was thinking it wasn't going to be enough. I was thinking, oh, it's going to be too easy or whatever. So we have to make fishing affect conservation as well, but it doesn't look like it. It does not look like it. The reason that Miracle Herd always gives a herd of 10 is because it has a set power cost, and it would be confusing if it had a variable power cost. Normally a herd of deer is between 7 and 14 deer. Originally it was random like that, but it's like, why would I pay 1,000 power and only get 7 deer sometimes and then 14 deer other times, you know? So it's just 10 every time. Oh, I added these nameplates to the tents at Brewer's request. I did manage to get a little bit of that stuff in there. Did the major fixes and then a little bit of polish on top. I do think they look quite nice. I didn't, the children still say ungifted. And I was thinking of changing it to say child, but it would still say gift child, and child is not a gift, so I was like, oh, I'm just gonna leave it. It is accurate, technically, yeah, but it's the fact that you can't grant gifts to children, so ungifted kind of implies that you could, and I don't know, it's just... We'll be fine. How are we doing on... Okay, I don't think any of my worshippers are sleep deprived anymore. What time is it? Oh, it's the afternoon now. It's a bit late. We'll wait until tomorrow morning and we'll send out some worshippers to start unlocking stuff. A roll on the... I think what I'd probably do is just update the UI so it, instead of saying gift child, it just totally replaces that line with child. So there's no ambiguity there. I mean, yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on polishing up a UI that's going to be completely stripped out and replaced at some point. It's all just placeholder stuff right now anyway. I will hopefully be hiring somebody to produce a nice UI. / user experience. I'm assuming I'll still be the one to code it all in, but I'll have somebody produce the assets. And unfortunately I haven't been able to find out where that infinite number is coming from that's crashing the game. The two likely culprits have been eliminated and now I just have no idea what's happening. I hate to say it, but I think it could be a game maker thing. I have absolutely pushed this engine to its limits, so it's not surprising that it's kind of collapsing under the weight of the project. But then again, it's usually not the engine, is it? It's usually me. 99% of the time. I'd say, hey Kurofox, how's it going? I'd say I have encountered just about every bug in the engine at this stage, though. How did that miss? That looked like a direct hit. Huh. The pathfinding bug was really scary. I had this totally game-breaking pathfinding bug, which I couldn't fix for about 6 months. And it was the first time that I truly felt like the project was in jeopardy. I am using Perlin noise in combination with a fall-off map and a bunch of arrays, basically. So it generates a noise map, and then it modifies it with a height map so that it falls off around the edges, and then it basically converts those values into a tile map. Yeah, Perlin noise. There's a really good tutorial, which is how I was able to learn it. If you search procedural generation in Game Maker Studio 2 on Google, you'll probably find it. I actually bumped into the guy in the Game Maker Discord recently, or was it the Game Maker's Kitchen Discord? I forget. And I was like, hey, you're the guy, thanks for the tutorial. You're the whole reason I have procedural generation in my game. I've forgotten the name now, unfortunately, but... Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's not looking too bad, is it? The shrine distribution. Look at this one right on the coast there. I actually really like it when you get the occasional shrine on the coast. Making a survival game, and you plan to make it like Minecraft. Nice. Is it going to be 3D? Wow. Okay. That's pretty insane. I think I might have seen somebody who did like the sort of Minecraft style procedural generation in Game Maker. There are some crazy cats out there doing some crazy stuff with this engine, no doubt. How are we doing? I'm getting distracted. Okay, it's 8 o'clock at night again. We're gonna have to wait until tomorrow, and then... But I feel like we haven't gotten a tent built in a while. Things have really slowed down. I guess the hunters are struggling to find any creatures. Oh yeah, well I did reduce the number of deer herds in this map. That might have been a mistake. I don't know, there's still a few around. I reduced the number of rabbits, because there's less predation in this map, of course, so the rabbit population can get out of control. Yeah, well the tutorial that I followed is just for 2D stuff. I have no idea how you would do 3D anything, basically. I've never made a 3D game. I'm thinking my next game might be 3D. It might be time for me to make the leap, but I'll also be switching engines at that point too, I imagine. Maybe a few of our hunters are just sleeping off their sleep deprivation now or something like that. I don't see a lot of them around, so it could be the case. I see a couple of them. Yeah, sometimes encountering the wolves and things can actually really speed up how fast you make camp, because you get a lot more resources, assuming you don't die. But it also, it does trivialize the combat a little bit when people do those builds of like 8 to 10 hunters or something, just because they're specifically focused on getting all of the fur that they need. But they have such a large hunting party that like nothing is a threat to their hunters anymore, and they just eradicate everything, or at least scare it away, which is generally the idea. The idea is that intimidation is the best tactic. You know, you want to avoid killing things if you can just scare them away. And the animals kind of work the same as well, with some exceptions, like they will generally just try to chase things out of their territory, but for example, wolves will kill each other. Wolves will fight to the death with other packs of wolves. Because that's true to life. 7 years from birth to adulthood. Yeah, the progenitors are definitely a late game investment. You have to protect them for a very long time for them to reach maturity. And a year is 56 days. So a season is 14 days. That got shorter and shorter and shorter over time. It used to be literally like, 365 days, or whatever a year is. And I realized that wasn't going to work. I mean, it would kind of work, but the problem is that you would never get to experience the changing of the seasons and stuff, so it kind of felt like, why did I spend all this time simulating the progression of the seasons when you don't actually get to experience it? Okay, here we go. The hunters are back at it. We might be... Yeah, it's quite nice because I feel like it just switches things up when you might be getting a little bit disinterested. I think when the player's starting to get bored or disengage a little bit, they're like, oh, it's snowing. Or it's something changes and just kind of hooks you back in a bit. And then hopefully we get kind of a similar effect with going through the different biomes as well, like that. Right. I don't think you ever actually experienced it in your playthrough. When they get dangerously hot or cold, an icon will pop up, either like a frostbite icon or it's like that hot emoji face, actually. And the sprite will be tinted either blue or red, depending. So if it does get into the danger zone, you do get some pretty obvious feedback. But just getting a little bit chilly or a little bit warm here or there doesn't really bother them too much, and they can generally take care of themselves. If they do get a bit cold, they'll huddle around the campfire or duck inside and try and warm up. But yeah, as you get into the later levels, you've got like the desert and the Arctic tundra and the tropical rainforest where the climate becomes more of an issue. And certain resources become more scarce and that kind of thing. And obviously the plan is to have more deadly creatures in some of the later levels as well, that's the point I was making earlier, is like... if you have a really large hunting party, then like nothing is a threat to them, but that's because I'm just reusing the same animals over and over again in every level right now. But eventually we'll have much larger and more dangerous creatures, so they'll still pose a threat to even a larger group of hunters. And I'm not totally settled on the level order yet. Currently it's basically just like a smooth curve in terms of difficulty, but I think a little bit of variation. And also just kind of hitting those sort of beats of like switching up the environments enough to keep things interesting is important as well. Because right now you go Beginner Island, which is just another temperate forest, and then you go Temperate Forest for the true first level. And then you go Open Plains, and then you go Savanna. But Savanna is just like, it's very similar to the Open Plains, but in a dry climate instead of a temperate climate. So I thought of maybe making level 3 the desert island instead of the savanna, just to hit you with something very different from what you've experienced so far. And also to kind of like throw a bit of a curveball in there where it's not a smooth difficulty curve, but it kind of has a bit of a difficulty spike and then gets a bit easier again for a while, just to sort of mix things up. But we'll see, because I was thinking about that and then I couldn't figure out what order I would put the rest of the levels in if I did switch the desert island into the number 3 slot. So I haven't actually done it yet, but I'm sure it'll all become clear eventually as to what order I want them to be in. But something I often say is that the game just writes itself, really, and because it's inspired so heavily by nature, I've just emulated these real-world biomes, and they just naturally are either easier or harder to survive in those places, so it was very easy to just put them in a certain order, and there's your difficulty curve, right? And a lot of the miracles are like that too. Divine Intervention being a great example. It was like, you know, your hunters get attacked by a pack of wolves or something, and you're like juggling all of these hunters trying to pick them up and move them to safety. I was like, it'd be so useful if I could just click them and teleport them back to camp. There you go, that's a miracle right there. Just fulfills a need, you know? Okay, so we are halfway, and we have like almost exactly 50% conservation score right now. So, and we don't need to chop down any more trees. We only need to hunt. So I would say we'll it's almost perfect. We'll probably be at like 10% conservation once we get everything built. And assuming I can get my hands on Miracle Herd, I'll be able to pump it up a little bit. Part of the issue is that I have so much power that I could conjure 10 herds and just like I could just max out the conservation score again, actually. But that's mainly because we're in Beginner Island and there's no real danger or threats here. That wouldn't be so easy in the later levels, right? Although, it might be a bit of an issue that you go... Am I going to need to reset your power to 0 when you change levels? That seems a bit harsh. I don't like it, but it might actually be necessary for balance, because if I just go into the first level with 10,000 power, then I could just exploit by... Yeah, we have the same problem. I could just kill everything, and then use Miracle Herd to bring my conservation level back up. So, it seems like it might actually be necessary to reset your power between levels. You'll keep your miracles, of course. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, I've literally maxed out my power. So I was just thinking about it. It may only be necessary to reset your power to 0 between Beginner Island and the first level of the game. Because if you skip the tutorial, you start with 0 power anyway, and the first 4 miracles already unlocked. So I think in a way, kind of allowing you to keep the power that you've accumulated in the tutorial doesn't make sense, because it's not, the game hasn't truly started until the first level, really. Because I would say this is certainly an issue, because we've solved out absolutely nothing if I can still exploit this way. I mean, we don't want to be too punishing either. It's difficult to balance, because inevitably you're going to have to fight some of the creatures and potentially kill them. These clouds need to fuck off. That is one of the problems with the Game Maker, is the particle system doesn't allow you to modify existing particles. My only option would be to clear the entire particle system when the rain stops or something like that. So we still have these rain clouds drifting across some time after the storm has passed. It's another thing as well is when you change the time scale, I wanted the particles to move faster or slower as well, depending on the time scale. And all I can really do in that case is clear the particle system and spawn entirely new particles. So you can actually remove all of the clouds from the sky by changing the time scale. But I don't think anybody ever really expected someone to try and make a colony sim in Game Maker, so it's maybe not the best engine for it. Yeah, I think I might want to increase the number of deer herds in this map back up again a bit. I mean, the deer breed so slowly anyway, it's not really an issue. The rabbits, on the other hand, get totally out of control. Actually managing to keep a good amount of firewood in stock. That's pretty rare. They usually struggle with that. I guess it's because the carpenters are not being attacked by wild animals. A little bit tree shy. Okay, it's morning, right? Let's see. As soon as I have some worshippers ready to go, I'm gonna get my hands on Miracle Herd. There we go. I haven't even located it yet. Fire. Oh boy, is it the one all the way on the coast here? Nope. So it must be this. Nope. Where is it? Smite. Oh, what am I talking about? It's not even in this level. I'm projecting into the future after these changes. I can't even do it. Okay. Well, we can go for the portal stones. So we're gonna be cutting it real close, I imagine, if I can't use Miracle Herd to replenish my conservation level a bit. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, I did have to tweak the spawn system to prevent it from freezing whilst trying to spawn everything in the marsh and the swamp, where there's a lot less area in which to spawn things. And I'm just using the same rules for all levels right now. Although I might see like how close these two portal stones wouldn't have been able to spawn this close together previously, I don't think. So I might want custom rules for the other levels to try and spread things out a bit more. We'll run with this for now and see if it causes any major issues. I did have one level where like 3 of the shrines were clustered very close together, but it doesn't affect too much. I mean, the main problem is sometimes you get like a bear, like an aggressive bear camping on top of a shrine that you want to get, and if it can sit on 3 of them at once, it's that's pretty bad. Yeah, I think I fixed that freeze. Like, if you have some sort of a thing like this on the coast, and the deer are all running up and down the coast, as they sometimes do when they get spooked, they can, like, spread out around something like this. And there's an invisible herd object, which is at the averaged position of all of the deer in the herd, so in the middle of the herd, basically. And it can wind up in the ocean, but the deer use the position of that object to spawn waypoints for their randomized wandering behavior. And I think that was causing the game to freeze occasionally, because they couldn't find any viable spawn locations in the ocean. And that could be even worse in maps like the swamp and the marsh, where there are these large pools of water everywhere. So hopefully we've avoided that now. Like, basically I just don't allow them to do their random wandering behavior if the herd object happens to be in a forbidden cell. And luckily they'll still move around the map because they have another behavior called migration, which just spawns a waypoint somewhere and makes them go to it. Plus, I suppose they would move away from the edge of the map to eat grass as well. Yeah, the animal behavior is surprisingly detailed. They have mating seasons and ritualistic combat, and the bears will hibernate during the winter and things like this. So, and they hunt and they fight for territory and defend their young and feed their young and things like this. So it's kind of interesting because, I think it makes it more interesting rather than them all just being sort of reskinned variants of some generic enemy AI or something. Because you'll kind of look out occasionally into the wilderness and you'll see like a fox hunting a rabbit or something, or you'll see the bucks fighting each other or whatever it happens to be. And it's just, it seems a little bit more alive and a little bit more interesting. And there are certain things like learning the patterns of the animal behavior as well. Like, oh, it's winter, so we know all of the bears are hibernating, so we don't have to worry about being attacked by bears and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Or a certain time of year when, like, the moose all have calves and become aggressive. You don't want to get too close to a moose with calves because they might attack, or it definitely will attack. There's no might about it. But it was a lot of work getting all of that stuff set up, but fortunately, I now have my 6 major archetypes, which all of the other creatures will be based off of, so that's going to be time-saving going forwards, hopefully. We have pack hunters, we have solo hunters, we have apex predators, and we have herd animals, we have, like, critters, and we have, like, the large game animals, or like the aggressive herbivores, if you will, that type of thing. The old moose there, the woolly mammoth, which is planned, and I'm sure there'll be others as well. I thought it was important to have that variety, so at least some of the prey animals are aggressive as well. They aren't all just these skittish sort of ones that run away. Again, just true to life, really. And the original plan was, that it's just like they would just be based on real world creatures, and maybe like creatures that are now extinct, like Stone Age animals and stuff. But I'm kind of leaning more into the sort of fantasy element, because it's a alternate universe in which God is real and there's divine magic and stuff. So why not have sort of more fantastical creatures in there? So we can do some fun stuff. We'll probably still start out with these more kind of basic creatures, like deers and bears and stuff, but as the levels progress, we'll probably get into more interesting things. I'm most excited for like the Ice Age creatures, the saber-tooths and the woolly mammoths and things. I just think those are really cool. Can't beat a woolly mammoth. Or a saber-tooth. And I forget what that period of Earth's history was called, but there was actually a time where giant insects ruled the land. Which is pretty crazy to think about. We can have like giant centipedes and arachnids and, I don't know, huge winged insects and things. It's gonna be like, imagine like a frickin' mosquito the size of a minivan coming at you. It'd be pretty fucking crazy. I have to admit that the marshland is very Zangarmarsh inspired, at least in my head. That's why I made it purple. It was the first level where it's kind of like the only level where I really went for some more like unusual colors, I suppose, unusual color scheme. I was like, hell, let's just make the marsh purple. Why not? We've got all these very sort of normal, predictable colors for the environments. Let's do something crazy. And I think instead of it having trees, because the marshland doesn't have trees, but we can go full Zangarmarsh and fill it with giant mushrooms. You won't be able to chop them down and build with them, but they'll just be there to look at, basically, and just look cool. I don't have any shaman. I was like, somebody's gonna heal this guy, right? Oh, my worshippers were getting a bit chilly there. Oh, you can see it. So they are getting a bit chilly. Oh, and they're sleep deprived. Well, let's bring them back. That's gonna take them forever if they're sleep deprived. Did we? I think we got some of them, right? I think we might have got three of them. Yeah, I think we got 3 portal stones unlocked there, but these guys are all sleep deprived now, so we'll bring them home. Okay, conservation level's getting into the red, but only 2 tents to go, and it looks like we'll have a little bit of a buffer left. Maybe my prediction was actually correct. It takes about 64 conservation or something to build camp. Which unfortunately kind of does leave enough left over to still just kill everything. Or anything that poses a threat. Then again, you do have to spend a bit of extra time in the levels, which obviously requires food. So you will need to do some. Well, you don't. No, that's the thing. You don't. You could just depend on foragers and fishers if we are going to remove the conservation penalty from fishing. You could just use those too. Eventually, the plan is to do an inventory update and add decay to the perishable goods, so the giant stockpile of meat that I've accumulated through all of this hunting wouldn't last, and we would have to get food some other way. Although I believe what they did historically was preserve the meats by drying them out, kind of making jerky. Which makes sense, back when there was no refrigeration. That's basically your only option. Toasty. Cured meats, yeah. Okay, one more tent to go. Yeah, see, this is the problem, like, I guess the true test will be the next level, but it certainly looks to me like I could still just kill everything in the map. I could probably kill all the wolves and bears and moose and still have enough conservation. To think of some other way of balancing it. I mean, the reason the exploit is possible is because of the optimization, basically. The guards don't want to kill things if they can just scare them away. But if you just pick the guard up and keep repeatedly dropping it on top of the thing, because there's certain trackers that have to update and have a little bit of delay on them and things, it will essentially attack something in the brief window before it starts running away, and you can just sort of force them to kill everything. And there's nothing I can do about that because I can't unoptimize the game, because then it will become unplayable. So if it can't be solved through the conservation mechanic, it's going to be a very difficult problem to solve. We could, like I was saying earlier, we could weight those things. So that, like, killing a wolf reduces the conservation score by 2 instead of 1. Something like that. Anyway, the main thing I'm supposed to be testing right now is that my conservation level goes back to 100 when I go to the next level, and returns to whatever it is now if I return to this level. And also if it drops a little bit in the next level, that it also goes back to whatever that was when I go back to the next level. I have to be able to go back and forth between levels and get the level-specific conservation level. Now it's getting confusing. We have 2 different terms for level now. Oh boy. I think I'm going to put the extra couple of deer herds back in this map, or however many it was. I think it was 2. How are the rabbits doing? How's the rabbit population looking? I can't see them, they're all asleep right now. There's a rabbit. That's either one rabbit or a stack of 100 of them. It's hard to it's hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing I can do about it, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm still gonna finish the game. It might just be one of those kind of jank games where you can exploit and totally ruin the fun for yourself, unless you find that fun, I suppose. Rabbit populations seem to be doing fine. Not exploding by any means, I don't think. In fact, it looks a little bit on the lower end. Maybe I'll put a couple of extra little groups of rabbits back in there. So we're ready to leave for the next level. This is because I haven't unlocked any of the miracles, though, I suppose. Then again, the tutorial is going to be scripted eventually. It's not going to be just like an easier stage. It's going to be a whole scripted thing that takes you through an introduction to all the different gifts and the building mechanics and unlocking shrines and stuff, basically. And that's it. The sort of the finer nuances of the game you'll be left to figure out on your own, but it'll kind of give you the basics. Okay, let's go. Oh, that crashed the game immediately. Well, that's not good. Unable to find instance for object, index -4. Script portal interrupt line 61. Well, this is interesting. If ds list find index global dot active drums target dot id does not equal -1. Oh, really? I'm probably just not checking that target actually exists. That's probably all it is. Well, I did make a save, luckily, not too long ago, so... Portal interrupt line 61. Well, I'm glad I found it. We could even swap the miracles back around. Yep, that's exactly what it was. It's so funny, like... I don't know. I guess it makes sense if you can guarantee that something exists before referencing it, then it would be less efficient to check that it exists before referencing it. So that's why it's not built in by default or something like that. I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's like literally every time I reference anything ever, I first have to check it exists. Why is that on me as the developer? Why doesn't the engine like just check that? You know, these are the questions I have about game engines and why they just seem to create a lot of problems for us. Well, I wonder if well, I guess we'll find out. It'll crash eventually if I forgot to do that anywhere else. I probably forgot to do that in a bunch of places, because this is like generic interrupt code. So I'm going to go through all my interrupt scripts and look for anything to do with a drum. Ah, no, it's actually there in the other ones. Oh, not this one, though. Huh. Well, that's strange. A this one... Oh, fire interrupt, yeah, it has nothing to do with drummers. Oh, this one is missing it as well. Oh boy. Wow, I think we're kind of lucky that this is... that I've never encountered this crash before. That is very lucky. There's nothing to do with drums in there. What is that? Looks like there's a second one here. Guess I should just encapsulate them both in a separate if statement. Oh boy. Do that, and I'm going to copy paste the whole thing. Well, wow, that is quite something. I don't know how many years we've gotten away with that for, but it finally happened. Alright, okay. Right. Well, I'm just going to load back in and actually confirm that this conservation level stuff is actually working. Yeah, I love being able to zoom all the way in now. Never used to be able to do that. Okay, let's go. Didn't crash this time. You know what? Could be a good idea to have a few guards on our side before we enter the next level. We don't know what we're going to run into. maybe even some shaman. So as of right now, the conservation mechanic has not fixed anything. I think, you know what, we might just have to start it at 50%. That's a pretty easy fix. Okay, it's back to 100% in this level. And it crashed. Fuck. State conditions unable to... It's another one of these. State conditions line 288. Wow. There's a lot of crashes happening today. It's so weird how these things can just fly under the radar for so long. 288. Right near the top. Okay, well, makes sense. I don't see any... Oh wait, there is an instance exist. Oh, it's not encapsulated inside of it. Well, there's your problem. I'll just add a second one of those in there. Oh, there's probably a ton of these, actually, because this same sort of code appears in multiple places. My goodness. I see. Okay. Right. Because they've never been able to be inside before without targeting the thing they're inside of. But they're not actually targeting the portal that they just emerged from. That's probably what the issue is. I don't know why we've never encountered this error before, but... Oh, boy, okay. I think I'm probably going to do it like this. Yeah. About 6 months ago, I remember saying something like, yeah, I'll just fix the handful of bugs that we've still got, you know, ready for the playtest. It'll take about 3 weeks. Oh, how wrong I was. Okay, so there were only 2. That only appeared in a couple of places, actually, so that's probably why it didn't happen very often. Alright. One more try. Hopefully this is the one. We did confirm that the conservation level went up to 100 at least. We need to confirm that it will go back down again when we return to the previous level, and that it will then go back up again when we go to the next level. I think ideally we're going to want to build like a couple of tents or something, you know, so that it's not just 100 again, so that we can be certain that it's not just getting sort of reset to 100. Also, I suppose there is the fact that your tents can take damage from storms and require additional fur to be repaired. That can eat some conservation score. So you know what, maybe it's not too bad. Between tents catching fire, storms happening, having to kill a few creatures in self-defense, we might be alright. I don't think it would become much of an issue until you get to some of the later levels with the more extreme weather and such. But, I think we might be alright. Speaking of extreme weather, I'm going to have to close the window. Yeah, because you couldn't really appreciate the sprites in their full glory before. You couldn't zoom in this close. And I did spend like 3 months drawing them all, so it's nice to be able to look at them. Thanks. I'm glad you like them. I will be hiring a pixel artist eventually, hopefully, and I'll probably have them touch these up a bit, if not redraw them entirely. But I think the designs will still remain. I quite like them. See, that's how the gods are supposed to behave. Once they've intimidated the wolves and scared them off, they're like, oh, there's no reason to kill them, you know, we just need to scare them away. But yeah, you can kind of brute force it, and oh my god, they did kill one or two. Okay, so we can see our conservation level has dipped because we killed those wolves. So let's get everybody to regroup. And the hunters actually want to harvest them, understandably, but we're going to interrupt that and send everybody back to the previous level. Some of them haven't even finished migrating yet. Ah, that's a good point. Migration should be interrupted by opening a portal. Otherwise, you could open a portal and they would keep migrating all the way to the new camp before they turn around and go back. Suppose we're going to want our guards to enter the portal last, really, so they can stick around and protect people. Seems they're naturally electing to do that. Where's this guy going? Where are you going? Are you running away? I see. Get in there. Nope, don't do it. Leave those wolves alone. Now this is a problem. How do I get this guy to go through the portal? He's just going to want to fight these wolves. Right, get in there. No. Yeah, this is problematic. This is why we can't have the wolf den spawn this close to the portals, because this guy, I have no choice but to let him die now, to be honest with you. And when he does, it will load the next level. Ah, the conservation level did not reset or reload correctly, and the game has also frozen. Oh! It was paused, actually. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Oh, and we've crashed again. So the problem there is that the game automatically pauses itself upon loading into Beginner Island, which we don't want it to do if you're returning to Beginner Island. And portal entrance. And object human create line 6401. Right, because there is no portal entrance in this because there was no previous level. Okay, let's see what the problem is here. 6401. Wow, we are finding some bugs today. I did not expect this. State exit portal. Who the hell was in state exit portal? Huh. Wait a minute. Oh, this is the generic exit portal, as in you're exiting the portal. But it's only set up to handle entrance portals. Once again, who wrote this? Jeez Louise. Okay. We could be exiting either type of portal. How do we know which portal we're exiting? We don't, really. Right? We could be... Is that true? We could be exiting... Yeah, we could be exiting either type of portal. Oh boy. Well, this complicates things considerably. I mean, we can see which portal it is, but the game doesn't know. The game has no way of knowing which type of portal they're exiting. Currently. So, okay, so assuming everything's set up correctly, we can because all we're really doing here is swapping a sprite. So all we need to do is look at the current sprite. So we need to do something like if instance exists, because we're not checking that to begin with, object portal entrance and object portal. You were pretty damn close with color though, because it is sprite. We're going to use the sprite to figure this out. Object portal entrance dot sprite index equals sp portal entrance open, because we know if it's open we want to close it. And we can also say, because only one portal will ever be open at once, so if instance exists object portal exit and object portal exit dot sprite index equals exit open, we know... Oh, is that not what it's called? What is it called? Portal... Oh, it's just called portal open, because there only used to be one kind of portal. Then we can do SP portal, I assume. So, yeah. If they're in the exit portal state, they're obviously exiting a portal, and they can only be exiting one of those portals, and only one of those portals should be open. Whether that's true or not, I need to confirm. But so we can look at the sprite of the portals to determine which one they're coming out of, and then switch it to the closed sprite once they've all finished exiting it. I don't know why it happened so early though, because I think only a few of them had really emerged from the portal, so I'm surprised that this list was empty. Anyway, let's play around with it some more. I was not expecting to encounter all of these bugs today. And the conservation level didn't actually load correctly when we went back into the previous level, so we've still got to fix that. Yeah, that was always the biggest barrier to entry for me with game development. I could never really understand programming or any of this stuff when I was younger, and I just always found it quite frustrating and really ultimately disheartening that it was so difficult, basically impossible, to create any of my ideas. And I was always so confused, like, why is this so difficult, you know? I'm really glad that I've sort of started to be able to grasp some of this stuff more recently, but C++. Oh yeah. I can imagine. I've dabbled with C# a little bit, and that was very confusing. But I mean, I knew people back in high school who were like already highly competent programmers, and I just couldn't grasp any of it. I still can't really do maths. My brain is not mathematically inclined, that's for sure. But I do well with logic. Logic makes sense to me. I guess I'm a very logical person. But it's just really nice to be able to kind of express myself now, I guess. Because all the ideas were just stuck in my head before. Oh, somebody set on fire. Are we gonna get them extinguished? We are. Good. Okay, don't worry about doing any hunting now, guys. We need to... Oh, I still don't have any shaman. Right, I loaded back before I made any. Go, go, go! The level will be different this time, because we loaded back in, so technically that level that we visited never existed. So it will generate a new one. Just a heads up, Alexander is going to pop up soon and try and teach us how to make meditation music, because for some reason there's a tutorial in this playlist. And I just get the feeling he's waiting to jump out any second now. I don't have no idea who Alexander is. He's just in this playlist for some reason. Where's this guard going? Oh, he's drinking. Isn't he supposed to be migrating? How on earth has he done that? Okay. Well, let's reopen this portal and head back to confirm that... Well, we'll see if this fix is working. But we'll also presumably see that the conservation level will not be loaded correctly. Baby creation time. No, they don't. No. The only thing I thought about is maybe the crash should... Oh, okay, it's still... Okay, so the portal does not appear open. That's... Oh, okay. didn't crash due to the lack of a return portal in this level, which is good. Sorry, I thought about making the crash possibly increase the rate of aging, so they reach maturity faster or something like that, but I'm somewhat against that because, like, that just doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they get older faster? It's not really how it works, but... Right, we're not crashing at least, but the portal doesn't have the correct sprite. And that is because the default sprite for these is the closed one. And I guess at no point is it being swapped to the open one. Okay. There's certainly a place we can do that, I think. If we go into the loader object, which knows whether we're loading into a new level or a level that we've previously visited, we can put in the previously visited level code at the end of the loading sequence once all of the constructs have been spawned, a piece that swaps the sprite of the exit portal to the correct sprite, because we can guarantee that they are emerging from that portal. And then we can see if that works. I feel like I should probably put this right after we actually spawn the exit portal rather than at the end. Although my first thought was at the end, and first thought is often best thought, so... Ooh, okay, don't forget to do if instance exists, which it's guaranteed to, but let's play it safe anyway. Object portal, exit. Object portal exit dot sprite index equals sp portal open. Boom. Hopefully it will appear open now, and it won't close until they've finished emerging from it. Should have made a save in the other level, but hey. What are you gonna do? Yeah, there was a very funny bug where animals would drink from fountains too when I first implemented them. And I was testing them in one of the levels that didn't have any streams, because originally some of the levels didn't have streams at all. Now they all have streams, but some of them are drinkable and some are not. It's like fresh water versus polluted or toxic or undrinkable, whatever. And so all of the animals, every single animal on the map, like, wandered into camp and started drinking from our fountain. It was one of the more amusing bugs. I wish I had... maybe I do. No, I don't know, actually. That VOD is probably long gone. I think that was from before I started multi-streaming on YouTube. It is funny. It is funny. I just think it would make a good video. Like, I was listening to an interview with a dev recently who sort of... a lot of their success was from viral TikToks and YouTube shorts, and he said one of the best things is like a funny bug. If you can make a short about a funny bug, those kind of do really well. And I've had a few of those, but I wasn't in the mindset back then of like producing content from that sort of stuff. So it's all been lost to time, unfortunately. Someone attacking us? Oh my god, the store set on fire as we were leaving. Okay, I'll make a quick save right there. So the solution was to have these streams that only animals can drink from, rather than certain maps having no streams at all. And the animals will not drink from fountains at all, actually. Even if it was closer than one of these streams. That would be... We do get to have our Disney princess moment when the animals wander into camp and stuff like they do, but that would be a step too far, I think, if they were hanging out and drinking from our fountain. Especially when we're hunting them. I think that's entrapment or something. I'm sure there's laws for that kind of thing. Oh my goodness. This is getting crazy. Oh geez, one guard down. And the others that... it's because combat breaks them out? That might... Well, that is one issue, it would appear. Combat breaks them out of the migration state, of course it does. But then that means that after combat they can decide to go for a drink at the stream instead of migrating. I thought we handled for that. I thought we kind of made it so that they would return to migrating if that was the case. I don't know. Obviously not, I suppose, if they're doing this. Okay, let's... Oh, the portal didn't close. Well, that's concerning. It did not... And I can't reactivate it now? Oh, geez, what's going on? Okay. This is different. Oh, I've completely broken it now. That's not good. Why can I not activate it? Huh. Okay. Yeah, see they have this migrate variable, which I assumed would make them return to migrating even if they were temporarily distracted by combat or something. I don't know what's going on. We can look into that. First I want to get the portal to work again. Okay, a couple of things I'm going to print to the UI so we can see what's going on behind the scenes. What have you been playing? Did you get an error message? Okay, so we have an active portal. Oh, wait a minute, that doesn't help me. I need to do DS list size. Oh, damn, dude. Yeah, you gotta save often with these early builds. They're pretty unstable still. Oh damn, that's even worse. Yeah, well, you won't forget next time, that's for sure. Oh, nice. Okay, here we go. So I can see that we have an active portal. And we can see the number of... Forgive me. My number of entered humans is going up. Let's see what we get on the other side here when we go through. I can't believe I've broken the portals. It's like even worse than when I started trying to fix them. Hey, at least I'm not fixing the goddamn carpenter AI. Jesus Christ, feels like 90% of development was debugging the carpenters. Okay, so there's no confirmed portal, there's no active portal. The entered humans list is going down as they leave the portal. When it hits 0, it should close. It did this time. Okay. Maybe it had something to do with combat. And them entering combat and somehow that preventing them from being removed from the entered humans list. I could certainly see that being the case, potentially. Let's have a look. Although they get removed from that list as soon as they're reactivated, so... Or at least I think they do. Is that how it works? Yeah. It is, actually, how it works. So I don't know what the hell was happening there. Oh boy. And they're even told here that they should not be interrupted by combat if they're in the exit portal state anyway, so that doesn't make any sense. So I can't even replicate this bug now, so I have no idea what was happening. Well, at least it's partially working. I guess we've got that going for us. So I suppose I can move on to trying to fix the conservation mechanic again. can just crank the timescale because it automatically resets it to 1 when they go through the portal now. Or it should. I've never actually tested it. Okay, that seems to be working great. I'm going to reactivate it. That's working great. Go back to the previous level. And hope to God that it works. Fuck. Oh wait, it's just paused. Forgot. Right, that's what I need to do. I need to fix the pausing. Boom. Yes. Alright, let's go back again. Yes, you can return to previous levels. Assuming I can get everything working perfectly. Boom. That's actually a very recent addition. For almost 3 years of development, you couldn't return to previous levels. No, everything is still there, just as you left it. So, a level will only be generated when you enter that biome for the first time, and then after that, it is permanent, and you will actually return to the same existing level. In reality, none of them actually exist, and it's all an elaborate ruse. But we create the illusion that they exist as an actual permanent place that you can return to. And it did, like, it was very strange. It really changed the game. The levels felt very ethereal before, like they only exist for as long as you inhabit them, basically. But then as soon as you could return to a previous level, it felt much more like a real place, you know, because you can return to places. So it had quite a significant effect on just the overall feeling of the game. And the major reason for doing it is to prevent people from being able to softlock themselves, because in an earlier version of the game, the portal stones, expansion stones, and shrines were all combined into one. So unlocking shrines would grant you a new miracle, light one of the portal fires, and expand the sphere of influence, so you couldn't skip any miracles. But as soon as I split those into 3 separate constructs, you gained the ability to skip miracles, which means that you could softlock yourself later in the game. So it became necessary to be able to return to previous levels. And like I always say, nothing makes it into the game except if it's absolutely necessary. That's how I basically prioritize the order in which I'm implementing things. I just wait until it becomes necessary to do so. And I've really got to fix this pausing business. But yes, for the most part, I've not been able to replicate this crash, which is concerning in its own way, but for the most part, it seems to be working, which is nice. I am just gonna take a leak, grab another drink here. I'm definitely not drinking enough water, so I'll be right back. Unable to select and move characters, but able to interact with Miracle Stone toggles. Can right-click to get information on sprites, but not move or select them. Tried reloading the game and didn't work. Wow, okay. This is a new one. Ah, okay, the error that you sent me is the infinite number. That is known. I still haven't been able to track it down. This not being able to interact with the characters is new, though. Usually what happens there is it thinks you're holding something. It used to happen if you would, I think, drop a gravestone in the ocean. It would think you were still holding it. Yeah, without knowing what you did leading up to that, I can't really imagine what it could be. So, I imagine what's happening here is probably that, yeah, it just, if you load into Beginner Island for any reason, it pauses the game. We don't want it to do that unless it's the first time that you've loaded into Beginner Island. Moving trees inside of the camp and building. Okay, so it thinks you have something selected. Either a build object or a tree when you don't, somehow. That's very odd. And pressing escape just brings up the exit prompt. Pressing escape doesn't fix it. Wow, okay. I don't know then, because... No, that is very strange. That is very strange. I'll have to try and replicate it myself at some point. I'll keep thinking about it, and maybe in a few days I'll figure it out. Right, so... So I noticed that if we start a new game on Beginner Island, we set some local variable on the pause object called first close to true, which is, I think is for delaying the message, like the level name message, to not pop up until you close the help menu for the first time. But we basically only want it to pause the game if first close is true, I assume, when loading. I think that it's a little bit of a pain in the butt that it's not a global variable, because accessing a local variable in a different object like this is slower, but we're not exactly gonna cause any performance issues there. It's just I'm just aware of the optimal way of doing things at all times. Well, actually that's not true. I'm not always aware of the optimal way of doing things. But in this case I am, and I like to use the optimal way of doing something if I can. But that's fine. We're just going to do if room equals Beginner Island and object pause dot first close equals true, because then we know that we've just loaded in for the first time and we haven't closed the help menu yet. So I'm assuming that should prevent it from pausing when we return to Beginner Island through the portal. We shall see. Oh. Noticing that the combat overlay doesn't appear if I load the game when something's on fire. Ah, I didn't know that. Okay. Gonna add that to the known bugs list. Combat overlay does not show up after loading a save in which something is on fire. A random edge case there that I've obviously never tested. I want to know what happens if I reactivate the portal whilst they're still on the stairs. They walk down the stairs and then God knows what, because we've got a bajillion wolves on top of us that's kind of interfering, but... Okay, I'm going back to the previous level, and it wasn't paused. That's nice. And will the portal close once they finish exiting it? That would also be nice. Yes, okay, we're in a good spot with these portals now. Everything seems to be working quite well. We can focus on fixing the conservation level again. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, the water bearers are freaking out. What are they doing? Oh, they want to extinguish the fire. Oh, okay. Ah, they're stuck in some sort of conflict between whether they should go through the portal or put this fire out, I guess. I think once the tent burns down, they'll go to the portal, but as of right now, they're stuck. Hey, we're doing some good testing today. There we go. See, now they start moving to the portal. Okay. Well, we're going to fix that. So this would be a case of prioritizing Exodus over extinguishing. Simple as that, I believe. And there shouldn't be if we have a look here. See, there's no fire interrupt in the Exodus state, so if they were already traveling to the portal when something's set on fire, they wouldn't stop traveling to the portal. Hence, they should also prioritize going to the portal if the portal is opened whilst they're in the process of extinguishing a fire. And if we look at state extinguish, for example... Oh, wait. Oh, no. What? Portal interrupt is not in there. Oh, no, it is. Wait, yeah, it is. It's there. As long as they're not trying to extinguish a human specifically. Right. Yeah, because basically they're like, just abandon the camp. But now that we can return... how do we feel about that? Would we actually rather that they do extinguish the tent before they go through the portal? Because you could potentially return to this level and your tent will have burned down. Or actually, it would still be on fire if it hadn't burned down already, which is kind of odd. To be honest with you, anything that is on fire when you exit the level should probably be burned down by the time you return. So we can create that illusion by just doing that. I'll add that to my notes. I can't guarantee I'll do it today, but it is a little bit of a detail that we should take into consideration. Yeah, to me, I think we actually want them to prioritize extinguishing fires over going through the portal, to be honest. Just any fires. Okay. So, that would mean this would be removed completely from here. And... this one. And then in terms of prioritization, State Exodus is here at like 1334. State Water Fire is higher priority than that. Okay, so this is where the problem was originally, but now it's actually, we want it to be this way, where they prioritize extinguishing things over going through the portal. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense to me, that they put that fire out before they leave. And I load my save now. We will probably see them behave a little differently, I guess. Let me check one thing. Yeah. And then state... Yep, wait, no, wait, what? I actually want Fire Interrupt to be enabled in State Exodus. Yes. And probably Migrate as well. Should something actually catch fire whilst they're migrating, we want them to stop migrating and extinguish it. Should be fine. Okay, loading. Right, so here we are. The store is on fire, and the water bearers have decided not to go through the portal, but to return and extinguish the store. Smart. But like I say, I think if you do leave a level whilst something is on fire, that thing should have burned down if you return to that level, rather than, because it kind of implies that time stopped when you left, if it's still on fire when you go back, right? Which technically it kind of did. There we go, and now they'll go through the portal. It's amazing how many like crazy edge cases and things there are to think about in a system like this. It's like the reason simulations are so complicated is because everything kind of has to think for itself. It's much easier to implement a mechanic that the player is in control of versus having to have the characters sort of do everything themselves or think for themselves. Alright, there we go. So now, I think I'm going to break for lunch and then try and fix the conservation level thing after lunch. And like I say, I'm hopeful that it will actually work without too much more balancing, because in some of the levels with the more extreme climates, you have like windstorms that can blow down your tents, which will cause you to use more fur, which will require more hunting, which will affect your conservation score more. So it might actually be kind of perfect, because I was only really thinking about how much conservation you would burn through to build camp initially, or to make camp initially. I wasn't really thinking about the upkeep, which obviously gets more and more intensive in the more extreme climates. So we might actually be okay. And okay, I'm just gonna make some notes before I go, but so reset power to 0 upon leaving beginner island. I thought there was something else. We're going to remove the conservation penalty for fishing. For now, anyway. And I can't remember what I was thinking, so I'm going to go get some lunch. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, where are we at? Yeah. Oh, conservation mechanic, right. Why is that not loading correctly when returning to the previous level? Can't be sure that it's not because my save file is outdated, so I need to test it again. I don't like how close together these are. Gonna have to do custom spawn rules. suppose I should try playing the game like Brewer did. Killing all of the hostile creatures. And just see if I reach 0 conservation or not. I think it's gonna work out. You might be able to get away with it on some levels, but as the difficulty ramps up and you're dealing with more extreme weather conditions, you're gonna need to repair tents more frequently and stuff. I'm not saying there won't be ways around it, but that's okay. I suppose if you want to strategize and make things more challenging for yourself to work around it, that's probably okay, I guess. Mainly supposed to be balanced for like the casual audience. I guess these are not too bad. They are just these three are a bit close together. In fact, how are they getting so close together? I don't think they could be that close, really. I suppose if this is 30 from the edge of the screen to the edge of the sphere of influence, and this is like 30. This looks like it might be like 60, 90, yeah, that's exactly. I think it's set to 90 as the minimum distance they can be apart. It was 120, which would be preferable. But I'm gonna have to set up custom spawn rules for different levels, which is just a bit of effort, really. It's not, you know, built that way so that it's like easy to do that. If I wanted to have the finest degree of control, I should really have custom spawn rules for every level. Even if they're the same in most levels, if anything ever changes and I do need to customize them on a per level basis, it'll be a lot easier if I actually just use separate scripts, separate rules for each one. Okay, we did it. Where even is the portal? It's down here. Yeah, I don't really like the portal being on the coast. For whatever reason, it doesn't feel right. So, that's one of the things. What am I doing again? I've forgotten what I'm doing. Oh. I'm checking if it's a broken save file. We've got some very chilly worshippers here. Okay. Conservation level went up. Huh. Okay, they do turn around on the stairs, which is a bit strange. It wasn't too bad though. Okay, back we go, and the conservation level has stayed at 100, so I load my old save. I can't even load whilst they're on the stairs, fair enough. Let's see. Loading. So that does load back correctly. It's just when transitioning between levels. Why is that? Oh. Oh no, that can't be the case. Oh, ending? Oh, I just don't think I'm saving it. That would explain it. Whoops. Okay. Right. Okay, so I'm saving and loading the conservation level. But I wasn't, like, saving the conservation for the previous level when transitioning to the next level. I was saving the ending, which we don't actually need to do because that just persists between levels anyway. Okay, so we should be good. Hey Mash Arcade, what's up? How's it going, dude? No. I'll load my save. Here we go. The moment of truth. Doing pretty good, thanks for asking. Getting some bugs fixed. And some balances balanced. Don't you freeze on me.
dusty.
Whoa. Hey, I can't even say that. Let's go with X10gram. How's it going, dude? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright, we're in. We're into the next level. We're going to try returning to the previous level. And hopefully the conservation level will be correct. At which point, I can hunt the monitor off the desk with a crowbar and launch into outer space. Alright, thank you. Yes, I can't remember who, but I'd heard someone else say your name on their stream. But for some reason my brain just went to it's not even humanly possible to say it, whatever my brain was thinking, so that gives you a bit of insight into how my brain works. But it's going well. We've found a lot of bugs today, and we're getting attacked by wolves. We might just have to let these die off so we can get through this goddamn portal. Found a lot of bugs today, fixed a lot of bugs today. We are in the process of balancing the conservation mechanic now, so that Brewer can't exploit the game anymore. Brewer specifically. And anyone else who happens to have that same streak within them. Well, it works. So, that's good. So yeah, the conservation level is now level specific. So if I go back through the portal again, we'll get the conservation level of the next level. Which I think is much clearer, but also it helps me balance things on a per level basis, as opposed to, like, if the conservation level lasts the duration of a full playthrough, then you can exploit on a handful of levels, but then you might have to get your act together after a while when your conservation level starts dropping enough, but you'll still be able to do a bit of exploiting, you know. Oh boy, these shaman are struggling to find mushrooms again. Yeah, I noticed this bug recently. I don't know what they're doing. I can move them to the mushrooms. Oh, they can't even... What? They can't even see the mushrooms? What's going on? It's worse than I thought. Okay, well, we better fix this. This is what I'm talking about. I'm finding so many bugs today. It's crazy. Could it be something to do with the mushrooms not loading correctly? I suppose it could. No, I don't think so. Because that's pretty straightforward as how that stuff works. Mushrooms are not plants, actually. it's just in the create event of the mushroom object that it gets added back to the mushrooms map. Huh. Very unusual, but clearly they were unaware of the existence of those mushrooms. You're gonna have to crack a window. It's frickin' boiling in here. Yeah, they should spawn a waypoint within 240 units of themselves. So why they're doing this, like, wandering in a circle behavior, I don't know. And then they seem to be unable to perceive the nearest mushroom. I don't think there's anything to interrupt them if you pick up the mushroom that they're trying to pick. Right? I don't see anything in here. I may have overlooked that. I'll just make a quick note about that. Oh, that's not the task at hand, though. Right now we need to figure out why the hell they can't pick these mushrooms. This is definitely a new phenomenon. Phenomenal. Phenomenal phenomena. Yeah, it could have something to do with portal interrupt, right? Because portal... Okay. It may be that whilst the portal is active, there's a conflict where they prioritize picking mushrooms over going to the portal, but when they try to pick mushrooms, it tells them to stop picking mushrooms and go to the portal, and they're in some kind of infinite loop, which would definitely explain the behavior that we're experiencing. Oh, shit. 733. That is definitely higher priority than State Exodus, which is at like, what was it at? 1334. Yeah, there's your problem. So, the question is, do we want the shaman to prioritize getting mana before they go to the portal? Yes, we do. So the solution here is actually simply to deactivate this particular interrupt inside of this particular state and the other mushroom-related states as well. Because regenerating mana, which is what mushrooms do, is classified as a combat ability because healing is part of combat, and combat actions or states always take priority over anything portal related. In fact, they take priority over just about everything. They are the highest priority states. So, that's what we're gonna do. Alrighty then. So we should be good now. We should be able to go to the next level. The conservation level will return to 100. We can return to this level and it will return to what it was when we left, and then we can go back to the next level again and it will return to what it should be for that level. Essentially, we should have level-specific conservation levels, which is a little bit confusing because I'm using the term level for two different things now. But like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by Bugged Shaman. This is going to be easier to balance, hopefully, because I can essentially confine it to one level at a time. Whereas balancing it for an entire playthrough is more difficult. And it just kind of makes sense, because each island has its own kind of self-contained ecosystem. So the conservation level would only really relate to that specific environment. So if we fell a few trees in this level and get our conservation score to drop a little bit, then we'll have a unique value, not just the default of 100. And we'll be able to confirm that it's working correctly. Hopefully. See our conservation score is dropping a little bit. The whole time I thought chopping down trees depleted your conservation score, and it didn't. I just never implemented that, apparently. So that was something I learned today. Everyone is... oh. You can hear how slowly they chop when they're sleep deprived. Alright, let's go. Oh, yeah. They prioritize, right, because hypothermia and heat stroke are potentially life-threatening. They prioritize warming up and cooling down over going through the portal. It's one of those things, right, to sort of think about it, because what happened in one of my early tests was a few of my followers froze to death whilst on the way to the portal, essentially. Or did they die of dehydration? It was one or the other. Might have been dehydration, actually. But they do actually ignore thirst. As you can see, this worshipper here is thirsty, and yet they're going to the portal. It's one of those things, alright? I try and make the game rules as consistent. But look at that. In fact, somebody just died, most likely of dehydration, right there. So it can happen. But that is okay. In a way, it is consistent. Because there are only a few times in the game where you can actually give these guys direct orders, if you will, which is unlocking shrines, expansion stones, and portal stones, and entering portals. All of the rest of the time, they're fully autonomous, right? They have free will. And so, and when you unlock shrines, portal stones, and expansion stones, they do indeed ignore their needs, like hunger and thirst and sleep, but not hot and cold, which I'm beginning to question that now, because hunger and thirst are also life-threatening. If they don't eat or drink for long enough, they will die, and yet they ignore that. So why are they not ignoring hot and cold? Oh geez, I might have talked myself out of it now. But we can see that this is working, and we can also see that we're being attacked by a bear currently. But I'm very happy to see that the conservation mechanic is working and that it's a lot more balanced than it was as well, so Brewer can suck it. I think hopefully the game should be a lot less exploitable now. It might still need a little bit more balancing, but like I say, certainly better than it was. But now I'm having an existential crisis about whether or not they should ignore hot and cold whilst unlocking. You see, if they can just die of thirst on the way over to the portal, I'm not too worried about hot and cold. Let's be honest here. Is this going to be a big job? It's been a while since I've messed around with these interrupts. Okay, there's a couple of things we need to do. The more complex of which is reordering the state prioritization in the state conditions script. This got to show up so many times. What? Oh, I'm just looping through the same ones? What am I even looking at here? I think it's called state warm, that's why. There it is. Okay, 847 and 862. And then there's shade. So these all start around 847. Injury. See, injury, if they're injured, they will visit a shaman for healing. They'll prioritize that over going through the portal. Or even unlocking shrines? Yeah, I believe so. So basically we need these to be lower priority than Exodus, which is at 1334, remember? I do remember, that's a miracle, I can never remember anything. So, we're going to want to move these, but we also need to be careful that we don't put them, you know... Okay, that we don't mess up the priority of anything else important. So I have to look at everything, so we've got... baby retrieval. Oh geez, yeah, baby retrieval. Which should definitely be higher priority than going through the portal, because you're going to want to take them with you. This is going to be all the extinguishing fires stuff, which we now know. We just decided today that that should be higher priority than entering a portal. That's it. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. We're fine to just move these down below here. Do we want it to be below migration? Hey David, how's it going, dude? Yeah, it's going pretty well. Getting lots of great feedback from the playtest and fixing plenty of bugs and balancing plenty of imbalances today. I mean, many of these bugs I found myself just today. Fixed a ton of bugs that Brewer found in his playtest the other day. And then I found even more bugs today. It's amazing how many there are. I was saying earlier, it must have been 6 months ago, I was saying, all good on this front, hyped for the segmented run being launched on Sorcerers tonight. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's going pretty well, we're getting through them. It is amusing that about, 6 months is a bit of an exaggeration, but months ago now I was like, I'll just fix up the few remaining bugs and get this build ready for the playtest. The playtest has come and gone and I'm still fixing bugs. I was completely delusional about how sort of stable I thought the game was. It's in a much worse state than I could have ever imagined. And yet somehow still playable. It's crazy that some of these have flown under the radar for as long as they have as well. It's bizarre how that can happen sometimes. Okay, so I'm just thinking about migration. Cooling. I'm not too fussed either way, to be honest with this. I'll just make it lower priority than both. Why not? Down we go. Exodus/migration, progenitor. This will be like birth and stuff. Drop it right in there. Boom. So that's the prioritization. So they now prioritize going through the... this is what I'm talking about. What about unlocking shrines, etc.? We want that also to be higher priority. So here we go. What is this? Shrine, which is universal. Whilst it's called shrine, it's actually a generic unlocking state that works for all three different types of constructs. It's just that originally there were only shrines. In the beginning, there were only shrines. Okay, so that's okay. So now the priorities are going to the portal and unlocking things over cooling down or warming up. So yeah, it makes more sense to me. I don't know why I went the other way with it originally. Because they ignore their hunger and thirst and need for sleep in order to unlock shrines when given the order to unlock something. And so why would they, if they're ignoring hunger and thirst, which can both be fatal, why are they not ignoring hot and cold, which can also be fatal? I don't know, but now they are. Okay, and the same applies for shrines, which I like because, like I was saying, that's sort of consistent behavior, consistent game rules across the board. Whenever you give them, there's very few cases in which you can give the humans commands, but when you can, they always ignore their needs. All of their needs across the board now, so it's a lot clearer, which is great. So the other piece of the puzzle here is that we have to actually remove the interrupts, which would stop them from unlocking a shrine or traveling to the portal if one of these things, like getting too hot or too cold, were to happen after they'd already entered that state. Shrine. So, but as we were saying, though, visiting a shaman for healing, which is, I classify that as part of the combat stuff, is higher priority, though, so that we keep that one, because combat stuff is the highest priority above everything. So we remove those from state shrine and state unlock. And then state exodus and migration. But fire we do not, right? Because we decided water bearers will prioritize extinguishing fires over traveling through the portal. So Exodus, where's migration? Was there something about bleed in there? Oh yeah. Cold, hot, and see, migrate, I do want this portal interrupt to be in there because migration, in the case of the humans, is when they've just emerged into a new level from a portal and they're migrating to the new campsite. But you could reactivate the portal before they get there, in which case you want them to immediately turn back and go back through the portal to the previous level. So that's why we keep that interrupt active in there. Okay, I think that might be it. We may have cracked the code. We might have even hacked the planet. Yeah, I can't... I feel like I could be overlooking a third thing, but I can't think of it. If there is one. So what does that leave? Well, what does that leave? Let me look at my to-do list. Well, we know enter... Oh yeah, I noticed something. We could do a quick test on that, potentially, somehow. How can we test that? Okay, we can... we can test that. So normally, like if a carpenter is about to fell a tree and then you pick that tree up and you're holding it, obviously they need to stop because the tree is now held by the player. There's nothing like that for mushrooms and the shaman, I noticed. So a shaman could be attempting to pick a mushroom and then you pick it up as the player, and I wonder how would they behave in that place, in that state, in that case. There we go. They would probably try to chase the mushroom around, the one that you're holding, you know, and you could like lure them around the map with it or something, because there's nothing telling them like, hey, that's held by the player, you can't... Oh my god, it's lagging out like crazy. Oh, that's not good. If I compile the game too many times in one day, my PC just explodes. I don't know why. So I might need to restart stream at some point if this doesn't kind of smooth itself out. Yeah, it's quite problematic. I have a limited number of compiles per session before my PC melts. I thought it was because I was streaming at the same time and I'm encoding on the CPU, but it's not. It even does it when I'm not streaming. It's one of those things. And that was the thing, at the end of yesterday's 12-hour stream, my PC was just imploding on itself, and oh god, it's still lagging out. Yeah. So I had to upload that hotfix to Steam, whilst, you know, the game was completely lagged out, but I was fairly confident that it was not the game, it was my PC, so I was pretty confident the build was still okay, which it was. Except for all of the bugs that we found today, it very much wasn't okay in that regard. But yeah, oh my god, it's lagging out. So I might have to restart stream here, unfortunately. I don't believe I have any choice in the matter. Now that's funny. That is funny, actually. Because if you skip the tutorial, you automatically have all 4 miracles that you would have gotten in the tutorial stage. It's smoothed out again, I think. So if you skip the tutorial, you start with those 4 miracles unlocked by default. But if you play the tutorial but don't unlock them, you don't get them. So, just in case, it might be a good idea for me to write something in that makes sure that you have those miracles if you decided to skip them in the tutorial for whatever reason. Not quite sure why you would do that, but you can, at least currently, although eventually the tutorial is going to be an actual tutorial, like a proper scripted tutorial that takes you through things. Speedrunners, I'm assuming, will just skip the tutorial, of course. unless there's some crazy strat that they come up with that involves using the tutorial stage for something, which is like what I discovered earlier today, is that because there's no hostile creatures or deadly creatures in the tutorial stage, you don't need guards or healers, so you can make more worshippers, and you can quite quickly build up to 10,000 power or max power before leaving the tutorial. So it is which is why I've now thought that it's probably necessary to reset your power to 0 when you leave the tutorial and enter the true first level of the game, because we shouldn't really let you keep any resources that you accumulated through the tutorial, because the game hasn't really started yet. And if you do skip the tutorial, obviously you start with 0 power, so to put you on an even what's the word I'm looking for? Playing field with somebody who skips the tutorial, you probably also should have your power reset to 0. But you should have the miracles that you're supposed to have, I guess. But anyway, like, the tutorial is not just going to be a stage without any deadly creatures in it. Ultimately, it will actually be a proper scripted tutorial, which you probably won't even be able to complete unless you go through all of the requirements, such as unlocking all 4 of the miracles. So it may not ultimately be necessary, so it's something that I'm just aware of. I'm not necessarily going to put the time into doing that right now, because a year from now, or whatever it will be when I actually implement the tutorial, things could change. Oh boy. We have an aggressive moose over here that's being a nuisance. So, now that's the thing. See, normally I would have Miracle Fire, and I could use it to set somebody on fire to get a shaman to heal them, and then I could test this, but I can't do that without it. So we have to go like this. It's quite crazy that it's turning into an actual video game. It's pretty wild. That's something I noticed with the miracles. Like, once a miracle has really stood the test of time for a while and it's like locked in, it becomes a thing in your mind, if you know what I mean. It's almost like it starts to really exist. Whereas when everything's kind of in development still, and maybe it'll stay, maybe it'll go, it's like it doesn't really feel real yet. But a lot of this stuff that's getting locked in now is starting to feel real. And adding the ability to return, I was talking about this before, adding the ability to return to previous levels had a very interesting effect like that. Because you couldn't do that before, levels essentially only existed for as long as you inhabited them, which felt very ethereal, you know. But as soon as you could return to previous levels, it kind of felt like they became a real place, if you know what I mean, because you can return to real places. That's a pretty predominant feature of a place, is that it can be returned to. Oh, yeah, I'm going to need the power to worship me so I can set you on fire. Yeah, this is why you got to be careful which god you choose to worship, I suppose. You just never know. You never know. Alright, let's set this guy ablaze. Get a shaman on the go here so that they heal them. I'll let them burn down for a minute, and then I'll extinguish them, and then I'll make the shaman. Hope we don't get attacked by wolves or something in the meantime. Although that would just give us more people to heal, I suppose. Alright, 50% health, that's probably fine. Extinguish this guy. Make a shaman. Shaman will heal them, and then they'll go after a mushroom to regenerate their mana. And then yoink! Oh, I couldn't pick it up because it's outside the sphere of influence. There's your problem. Right, that's possibly why I've never tested this before, because generally mushrooms are outside of your sphere of influence. And thus that means they can't be picked up. So really, I need to expand my sphere of influence before I do anything. Alright, back to the old drawing board. Oh, hey, we got lucky. There was one right on the edge where I could actually reach it. Okay. Jeez, how much power does it cost to set something on fire? 100? Must be. Here we go. Don't go too far because you might get eaten by something. Oh my god. Risky business. Oh, there's a freaking aggressive moose over there. Go to this stream. Yeah, we may need to balance things a little bit in terms of how many aggressive creatures there are, because sometimes it can be overwhelming. Like, the game starts and you're immediately bombarded by a bajillion angry animals. Angrimals. Okay, and let's get the shaman on the go here to give this person some healing. Boom. And then presumably the shaman will go after this mushroom, and then I'm going to pick it up. And yeah, okay, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, it's because they believe they have reached it once they reach the end of their path, even though I'm holding it, so they were actually able to take it from my hand. Huh. Amusing. Amusing to say the least. Oh, and it's crashed. Of course it crashed, because it thought I was still holding a mushroom. Well, actually, I don't know exactly why it crashed, but it certainly would have thought I was still holding a mushroom that no longer existed. And, able to find instance for object. Global clicked.object index. Right, because it was trying, I believe, to... Because it thought I was dropping the mushroom that I was holding, which no longer existed. And it was probably trying to do like a... Well, apparently it was checking if the thing that I was holding is a hut. I'm not quite sure why it was checking that, but obviously we need to make sure that nothing can be sort of taken out of your hand whilst you're holding it. Yeah, it's, I think my PC is having a meltdown. Here we go. Okay, right, yeah. And yeah, I probably just never really encountered this before, because normally the mushrooms are all outside of the sphere of influence, and I very rarely expand my sphere of influence. But when I do... I don't know where I was going with that. Okay. But when I do, I use expansion stones. Well, yeah, the problem isn't really in here, is it? The problem is more... we also need to look into the mushroom tracker as well, See, the mushroom tracker's already set up to not track held mushrooms. It's just that there's nothing to tell the shaman to stop attempting to pick a held mushroom. So. Basically, if instance does not exist target or target.state equals state held. So if the player picks up their target, then they will return to idle. And that's it. Another bug down. That was a nice easy one. Alright, great. Let me add that to the list of bug fixes. Shaman can pick held mushrooms, causing the game to crash. Or do I even need to make shaman can pick held mushrooms? There we go, that was the bug. It's fixed. Alright, let's take a look. We can cross that one off the to-do list. Ah, yes, I need to put Miracle Herd back in Beginner Island. I need to disable those readouts and reset power to 0 upon leaving Beginner Island. Okay. And then we had this thing. This is a very rare thing that it's just really highly unlikely to happen. But if you do leave a level whilst something is on fire, it should probably have burned down if you ever return to that level to imply the passage of time whilst you are away. Although time does not pass whilst you're away. It's just a little bit odd if you return 3 months later to find that the same tent is still burning. It's not a big deal. Especially now that... Anyway, let's go through one thing at a time. I want to get Miracle Herd back into level 0, back into Beginner Island. And Smite will go back into level 1. But first, I want to disable this debug stuff on the UI. And yeah, I do have to update this in several different locations, just because that's how it's written currently. The first and most important of which is probably just the room definitions. It's also the simplest thing to change. We get rid of Smite here. Let me say light, fire, water, herd. Boom. And then we put Smite into Temperate Forest. Done. And then in the tracker object, this is for me, for testing purposes, those poor purposes, if we do launch the game in test mode, you automatically have all of the miracles unlocked by default, and we're now going to want to change it so that Smite... Well, this isn't even really necessary, but I would like Smite to appear further down this list, I suppose. I'll put it where Herd is now, I guess. And then Herd will be the 4th, which would actually be the 5th miracle on the list. And you've also got to make sure that you update where the icons appear as well, because video game development. That one there. This one here. Boom, that's that done. the thing I was doing the other day was moving things from spellbook page 1 to spellbook page 0 by literally just moving it and then not actually updating the number here. Because it's just... things made out of language don't necessarily work the same as things made out of matter. It's confusing for a primordial ape such as myself. And then menu. I don't even know why half of this code exists right now. I'm not questioning it, I'm just updating it. I'm just a passenger to this experience. Yeah, this one, right. So you'll no longer get smite here, you'll get herd. And I might as well just copy paste that whole thing because it's the same over here, because my code is horrible and there's lots of duplicate code everywhere that has yet to be refactored. Yep, like that. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, I've been sick for over a month now. I'm taking antibiotics. And drinking lots of water. I think that's it, although... No, that's it. I have no idea why this is here. I think that may have been a mistake. Because this is the alarm that makes the demo start if you're AFK on the main menu for too long. And also it brings up the help menu if the level that it happens to select is Beginner Island, but it's a demo. So who's going to be reading that? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I have a feeling I should just comment this out or remove it. Now, if you were to run the game in test mode and it happened to be Beginner Island, then that would make sense. I guess. Possibly. Although isn't there usually a bit more to it? Like this... If instance exists, object pause, first close, true. Why is that missing from there if it's... You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Okay, what the hell does F do? Oh, that was some ancient code where I tried to make a full screen toggle. Yes, it turns out that adding custom, or not custom, support for various different resolutions is actually perhaps more important than I thought, because it turns out that everybody who's been playtesting the game plays on a different resolution than me, and it tends to break the UI if you play on a different resolution, as well as messing with people's stream setups and stuff. I did attempt it once. I did attempt to implement the ability to change resolutions, but I couldn't do it. I forget exactly what happened. I probably like broke the camera somehow or something. I don't know. But I haven't taken another stab at it since, but I think it's on the horizon. It's something I'm going to have to look into pretty soon. I know that Jimmy McGinger has actually gotten multiple different resolutions working for his game, so I might need to ask him about it. Because I don't know what I wasn't able to get it to work. Okay, and so we want to reset your power to 0 upon exiting Beginner Island. See, there is some stuff in the loader, I think. Let's have a look. Not even sure how this stuff works right now. It might be easier for me to just check which level you're on when you exit the level, and if it happens to be Beginner Island, then just reset your power to 0. The problem being, you could leave Beginner Island, go to the first level, accumulate some power, go back to Beginner Island, and then leave Beginner Island again, and it would clear your power again. It's possible I should just remove the ability to return to Beginner Island entirely. And I probably should. In fact, we would want to do that, otherwise it would be exploitable still, right? If you could leave Beginner Island and it resets your power, but then you could go back again and accumulate a bunch of power on Beginner Island and then leave again and it didn't reset your power, we've got the same exploit. So, But that's the thing. If you leave Beginner Island by traveling through a portal, you expect them to emerge from a portal on the other side, right? Portals connecting to other portals. And if they didn't do that, it would be a bit disappointing / confusing or underwhelming. So I think we're just going to make it so that your power resets to 0 whenever you leave Beginner Island. And you're just going to have to suck it, I'm afraid. Constructs. Exit portal. Room is, so we're going to have another very much similar to this, which checks if you're in the final level of the game to determine which ending you should go to. We're going to have the old if room equals Beginner Island global dot, I believe it's called God Power now. It used to just be called Power. It had to be changed at some point for some reason. It goes back to 0, and there you go. No more power for you, you filthy animal. Exploiting on Beginner Island. I see you. I know what you're up to. Okay. Alright, I better grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, I really need to get out of here as a matter of urgency now, because my health is deteriorating from living in this environment. Oh. Hopefully I can survive long enough to finish the game. Okay, this should be good, and that's done. And then, okay, I'd say we've done all of the urgent stuff. I'd say we've done all the urgent stuff, okay. Have a look at the known bugs list. Oh yeah, I found that earlier. If you save and load the game while something's on fire, the combat overlay doesn't show up. Oh, it makes sense, because they only get added to the combatants list, which is the list of things that tells it whether the combat overlay should show up or not, at the time that it first catches on fire. There's nothing when you load a save to check if you loaded something that was on fire when you saved, that it should be added back to that list. That's a pretty simple fix. Well, I say we could do that. Let's do that. Load fires. Here we go. So it would just be a case of modifying this, because I already have something that adds things back to the fires list. Do I have like a load combatants or something? No. How do things wind up back on the combatants list? Have I ever actually saved and loaded in the middle of combat? I don't think I have. Let's try that. It might have the same problem. Either that, or... well, they do load back into the combat state, so... Where was my save at? Oh, right here. Okay, let's just use this save. Come on, chili dogs. There we go. Well, I don't know if this saves much time, because we still have to go through a loading screen anyway. Oh. Okay, so if I throw someone to the wolves... and then save and load the game... okay, the combat overlay showed up again. I'm not entirely sure if that's because it was like... if they were loaded back onto the combat... that might be built into state loading? If we look at, say, wolf states... no? Nothing like that, okay. So I don't actually know how they wind up back on the combatants list. But we also use that for fires and drowning humans. What happens if I save and load whilst a human is drowning? Does that work? Have I ever done that? I don't know. These are the important questions. 1,000,001 edge cases that have to be taken into consideration when making a video game. And I'm reminded of the #1 lesson that I've learned from making this game. And that is that whatever you do, under no circumstances should you ever make a video game. Just don't do it. Saving. Loading. Aha! Well, that's fucked. That is spectacularly fucked. Now, they're still drowning, but they have the wrong sprite, because there's nothing in the sprite loading code to set the sprite to the correct sprite if they're drowning. If we give it some time, they will still eventually drown. It's just that they're not animating, or they don't have the correct sprite. I assume they will drown eventually. Also, the combat overlay is not showing up, as we can see. Oh. What happened there? They took some damage. They are apparently dead. And yet they have not switched. Well, they should cease to exist if they drown. Okay, so this is completely borked. Wow, I've obviously never tested this before. What happens if I try and pick them up again? Oh, they turn into a gravestone, and then if I drop the gravestone in the ocean, that will sink. Maybe it's sprite-based, and because they had the wrong sprite, it didn't know how to behave when they actually eventually drowned. Probably the case. So it would probably just be a case of getting them to load the correct sprite when drowning. Okay, so we've got a couple of different bugs here. Combat overlay not showing up after loading a save in which a human is on fire. Drowning humans not loading with the correct sprite. Okay. Alright, stay on task. Here we go. We can get through these final few bugs and then that'll be it for today, I think. My brain is melting. Yeah, we can use states. We've already loaded states at this point. We load those first. So state equals state drowning. If state equals state drowning, do this, else do this. SP child drowning. Pretty dark. And then grab that, and we just got to do that for everything because I'm only human. I must get out of this place. Is that it? That's it. I spaced out. I was thinking about Morpheus and Agent Smith. Okay. Oh, wait, you gotta update the thing. I've got to lock in, otherwise this is going to take forever if I don't focus. It's one of those tedious things. Just check everything's right up till now. Okay, alright, I'm locking in. Hmm? What? Shaman Grave? What is this? Oh. Did it twice. Done. Question is, will they actually drown? I assume so. I assume it's just because they didn't have the right sprite and some... Yeah, there we go. Yes, and I think that's because of the animation. I set it so, because they bob up and down like that, I set it so that they bob up and down, it waits until they finish a complete sequence and they drop down to the lowest possible pixel, or whatever. And then it plays a short, like, 3-frame animation of them disappearing under the water. And I did it that way so that it wouldn't look kind of glitchy or whatever. It seems as if they animate and then disappear under the water sort of seamlessly. Ultimately, obviously, that's what the characters used to look like before I made the sprites. Everyone was a cuboid, a different colored cuboid depending on which gift they had. But we have sprites now, but I haven't actually made new drowning animations for each one because that would be highly time consuming for something that's rarely seen, and, you know, hopefully I'm going to be able to pay somebody to do that stuff eventually, and I can focus on the important things, such as... Not that I'm saying the art isn't important, okay, it's just I've got a lot of stuff, a lot of very important stuff to do still, just to make the game function. And certainly the game functioning is very important. Oh, yes, hopefully we can fix that real quick, because that was some minor bug that I found yesterday and I didn't have time to fix it. I was extinguishing some fires with miracle water, I think, and it resulted in me having a, I had like 0.97 power somehow, even though power should only ever be in whole numbers. So there's something to do with using miracle water to extinguish things, I assume, that is not being rounded to a whole number. Oh. I removed the ability for you to deposit water into the store with miracle water, but I never removed this. What is this? Aha. Right, I'm just gonna strip this out. Or maybe I'll comment it just in case I do ever want to reinstate that. I can't see an easy way to do it because of the brackets. I'm just going to remove it. So now you can only cast miracle water on the store if it's on fire. It can't be used to simply deposit water into the store. And it's because of this thing that I've got in mind that I don't like miracles that just conjure resources like that, because it makes your water bearers less valuable, or it makes your hunters less valuable, or whatever it is. Extinguishment times 5, yeah, floor, god power. Yeah, I'm not using floor on this, am I? Whoops. fuck is it so hot? It's probably because I have a fever. That would explain it. Why is it multiplied by 5? This isn't making a lot of sense to me. It costs 100 power to cast Miracle Water. That should be able to fully extinguish something, and then it should cost 1 less power for each less point of extinguishment that it needs. I don't think this is set up correctly at all. What the hell is this? 5. Why is it 5? Okay, so... Yeah, but what if you're replenishing their thirst? Jesus Christ. It's got to have a different power cost depending on what you're using it for. Okay. On fire is true. And global god power greater than 100 minus extinguishment. Or on fire is false. First. Don't think it's necessary to do any additional checks, right? We can just set both of those back to 100, and for whichever reason you're using this, it will do its thing. It will actually just do both. It's kind of good that it, like, you're extinguishing them, but it also replenishes their thirst at the same time. So I was thinking about fire recently and how it's weird that fire doesn't actually affect their temperature. Which doesn't really make any sense, because you get pretty hot if you're on fire, I imagine. Because being on fire reduces their hit points, as you would imagine. But what it could actually do is increase their temperature up until they essentially die of heat stroke. But that would might be a little bit confusing if you don't see their hit points going down. I think it stands to reason that being on fire also affects you physically, causes physical damage, which is reflected in hit points, right? So it does make sense. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's fix this first, and then we can... I think they should get pretty hot when they're on fire. It kind of makes sense. What is it, the rain? Is it the rain? Must be. Must be the rain. So basically I just need to do... Oh, what is this? A campfire, water cost. It's just, yeah, it is just going to use the full 100 in that case, isn't it? So that's probably all fine. Okay, this one we need to do... Ah, it might have been that. Is that the same in... Yeah, this God power divided by 5. That could result in a non-whole number. Right? Yes. So... could be that. It could also be rain extinguishing things at a rate that isn't just whole in like whole numbers in integers. Yeah, I suppose we need to know how much to reduce this power by here. So it would be the same... kind of be the same as one of these. I suppose really it should just increase their thirst by the same amount. What is this? Why are these particles here? That's annoying. Oh, because you would only do them in... Oh, I see. We can basically remove that check entirely now. Okay. So it should replenish them as much as it can if you have less than 100 power, or extinguish them as much as... Okay, it doesn't do both. I will admit, if they're on fire, it extinguishes them, but it doesn't replenish any thirst. You would have to cast it a second time to then replenish it. I'm okay with that, actually. I kind of like that. I think it all works. Oh, I'm missing some flaws on these. We're just gonna have to test it now. Well, it compiles, that's a good sign. No, I don't want Beginner Island, my bad. Alright, let's try replenishing somebody's thirst. Seems to be no problem, and it will just do a little bit if that, and it only subtracts a little bit of power if all it can fill is a little bit. If they had 0 thirst and I had 80 power, it would only put them up to like 80%. Let's say they're on fire, and I want to extinguish them. Now this, what it does is just fill their extinguishment meter, and if I, let's say I only had, right again, if I only had 49, I don't have enough fucking power to set them on fire. If I only had 49 power like I do now, that one guy, everyone else was going to the stream and he was like, God's been giving me water for days. Right, if I set somebody on fire and I only have enough power to extinguish them a tiny bit. Oh, that's the wrong miracle. Okay, that doesn't work at all, actually. It should...
Hello, it's
oh
Alexander.
God, it's Alexander.
And in this short tutorial,
Get out of here, Alexander.
How I produce meditative music
I'm
with
trying to make a video game. Right, why doesn't that work then? On fire is true, floor 100 minus. Greater than... oh. Oh, you have to be like able to extinguish them. Oh, okay, so it should just be greater than 0. If I have any amount of power that I can use to help extinguish them, basically. No, you got that wrong, okay. So it should be true for the others as well. You just have to have some amount of power greater than 0 when extinguishing something that's on fire. My bad. I set this guy on fire and then extinguish. I'll just be able to extinguish bit by bit with however much power I have at any given time until I can finally get them fully extinguished. That's pretty cool. Okay. And then the same would apply for, well, we've already tested that. It works with thirst, right? Or does it? Again, no, it should be the same with thirst as well. So actually it's the same for both, isn't it? So I don't need those additional rules or conditions. God damn it. So we can just say if they're on fire or thirsty and you have more god power than 0. Wait, why is it equal to? No, it has to be greater than. I'm fucking up all over the place here. Alright, well, I'm nearly done for the day. I can chill out. Yeah, because the camp... Well, does it? No, the campfire... Well, the campfire is based on fuel, but... No, it's different, because the campfire doesn't have an extinguishment thing that's like 0 to 100%. It just has fuel, and fuel gets depleted faster when it's raining. So in this case, we'll just say you have to have 100 power to extinguish the campfire with miracle water. Not sure why you would ever want to do that, but it's the expected behavior, so it has to do it. You son of a bitch. I'm in. Okay. I think we might be good. Wow. So let's just test the thirst, I guess. See if I can replenish that thirst a little bit with a little bit of power. Seems good. Boom. Okay. Pretty happy with that. Alright, dare say we can crank the old version number there. We're absolutely flying. Version 0.603. Get this backed up to the repository. I don't think I've pushed to the repository once today. What have I even been doing this whole time? It's a good question. don't even know. Did I take some notes, maybe? I'm gonna add this. Okay. Okay. Can't really remember what else I did here. I did say I might want to put some deer back in Beginner Island, although Miracle Herd is in that level now, so we're probably okay. Yeah, okay, so I did biome specific conservation scores. Miracle water update. Shaman. Shroom bug fix. Portal bug fixes. Pause on re-entering Beginner Island. Bug fix. Drowning Human. Sprite loading, bug fix. Combat overlay loading. Bug fix. Shaman picking up held mushrooms. That's it, pretty much. Reset power to 0 upon leaving beginner island. Boom. Alright, I'll get this build on Steam, make some patch notes, make an announcement, and then go get something to eat, I think. I am pretty hungry. The next video that I'm going to make is going to be a time-lapse style video of the capsule art produced by Jonas. I'm thinking about a devlog, but I don't even know where to begin, because we're talking about like nearly 3 years of development in a single video. It's a lot. It would probably be over an hour long, and it would just be me rattling off everything that's changed. It would be a pretty massive undertaking, but there's definitely potential there, because I can be like, 3,000 hours of development on my God game, or Colony Sim, or whatever. That's definitely very, sort of clickbaity. That's not the word, because it's actually true. It's not clickbait. But that's the kind of, you know, I can just see the thumbnail now, you know, 3,000 hours. But I don't even know where to begin with it. I made one short devlog about doing pathfinding on my old channel years ago. And then the next thing I was going to talk about was the spawn system, but then, like, everything changed, and then I just kept developing the game for like another 2 years after that, and it's a lot. Okay, I'm uploading the build. Hopefully everything's okay. I don't have much time to test, as long as there aren't any, like, fatal errors. I'll leave that in the hands of the playtesters so I can focus on other things like staying alive. Okay, version 0.603 is now live. I'm gonna make some patch notes real quick.
Hello, it's Alexander.
He's
And
back
in
again.
this video, I'd like to show you one amazing
Oh, there were some behavioral changes which I didn't mention. Right. Yep. Wait, I need to check one thing. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Okay, seems good. Okay, I thought maybe I forgot that. So that's generic, it's not just specific to water bearers, I suppose. It's worshippers. Ignore hot and cold when entering portals. / migrating. And then, oh yeah, and then worshippers ignore heat and cold when unlocking shrines. portal stones. And expansion stones. Right. Okay, I'm posting the patch notes now. Pretty successful day. Just gonna log into Steam and see if I can see it. Oh, it is updating. I do not see the latest patch notes yet. But if I go to the community hub, I might. There it is. Hell yeah. Nailed it. Do a little announcement to the Discord server, I guess. That's what it's for. Suppose I should post a link to the patch notes as well. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Can I do that somehow? How do I do that? Yeah, there it is. Beautiful. Discord just crashed. Interesting. I have crashed Discord. Somehow. post actually go through? Oh my god. Well, the post went through. Don't know if I actually got to do the publish thing or whatever, but that's fine. Alright, well, another successful day of GodSim Game Dev. I'm going to grab something to eat, and I think we'll be back in a little bit just to kind of hang out for a bit. So, I'll see you after the break. Thanks for watching. Okay. I'm going to end the YouTube stream.